Good morning to His Excellency Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, Minister of Research and Technology, Head of BRIN, His Excellency Dr. Hamam Riza, Chairman of Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, to the distinguished Dr. Arifin Nugroho, the Chairman of IEEE Indonesia Section, the distinguished Professor Wisnu Jatmiko, Chairman of IEEE Indonesia, and to the Honorable Dr. Professor Indra Susilo, the founder of MAPIN, and Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin, Honorable, the Regional Development and Risk Management, Risk Mitigation at Mining Industries. Good morning to all participants, to all distinguished speakers. Welcome to the 2020 IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience, Electronics, and Remote Sensing Technology, Agers. This event is conducted parallel with the annual Pertemuan Ilmiah Tahunan Masyarakat Ahli Penginderaan Jauh Indonesia, MAPIN, serta Seminar Nasional PT-PSW BPPT 2020. The topic for today's conference, these 2 days, 7 and 8 December, is Understanding the Interaction of Land, Ocean, and Atmosphere, Disaster Mitigation, and Regional Resilience. Before we start, we would like to start with singing the national anthem. I would like to invite all participants to stand up, and we will start the song. Thank you. Before we proceed, we'd like to verify if the voice. Oh, okay, right. So it's good. All right. Thank you, all participants. I would like to ask to be seated, please. Okay. We would like to start the conference, and I would like to invite Mr. Oni Bintoro to as the organizing committee to give his opening remarks, to give his report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marina.
Mr. Oni.
Thank you, Dr. Marina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. His Excellency, Minister of Research and Technology, Professor Bambang Sumantri Brojonegoro, His Excellency, Chairman of Agency of Assessment and Application of Technology, Dr. Hamam Riza, Honorable Chairman of IEEE Indonesia Chapter, Professor Dr. Wisnu Jatmiko, Honorable Chairman of IEEE ISGRS Indonesian Section, Professor Dr. Arifin Nugroho, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the local organizing committee, I would like to welcome you all into 2000 IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience, Electronic and Remote Sensing Technology, Agers, what will take place at the BPPT building in Jakarta from 7 to 8 December 2020. This is the third IEEE conference in Indonesia after successful completion of the first Agers in 2018, second Agers in 2019, and we already published all the paper in IEEE Explore. The third Agers aimed to provide a forum for academic, scholars, and practitioners to exchange ideas and to discuss about recent development and global research trend in the field of land, ocean, and maritime sector. The 2020 IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience, Electronic, and Remote Sensing Technology, or Agers, we organize in parallel event with our sister organization, Masyarakat Ahli Penginderaan Jauh, Pertemuan Ilmiah Tahunan Seminar PTPSW BPPT 2020 in Jakarta, 7 and 8 December 2020. Also, we celebrate the third anniversary of MAPIN. The theme of our conference is Understanding the Interaction of Land, Ocean, and Atmosphere, Disaster Mitigation, and Regional Resilience. This year's Agers received 70 papers, and based on 180 reviewers from the program committee and external reviewer, 36 papers appear in acceptance round 0.50. Each paper, regardless of each track, receives at least 2 reviews. Some of the speakers came from various countries in the world. The country that represented came from Japan, South Korea, China, India, Australia, Sri Lanka, Belgium, British, and all other countries, including the paper came from several institutions in Indonesia, BPPT, LAPAN, BMKG, and others, including some university as ITB, University of Indonesia, ITS, UGM, UNPAD, and some other university. All speakers and all presenters will deliver an inspirational speech related to science and technology innovation to achieve sustainable development goal, disaster mitigation, and regional resilience. Finally, I would like to ask all of you to attend the exciting conference by presenting paper, discussing technical issues, exchange ideas, and enjoying the city of Jakarta. I hope We hope that you will take the, the advantage of the discussion in the conference, but next year you can visit the Jakarta city during our next conference. For now, please be safe and stay healthy. Thank you. On behalf of Conference Chair Agers 2020, Dr. Agustan, Dr. Marina Frederick, Diplom Ing Oni Bibin Bintoro MBA. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Oni, for opening this ceremony. Moving right along, it is now my pleasure to introduce our chairman of IEEE Indonesia chapter, Professor Wisnu Jatmiko. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished Professor Wisnu Jatmiko.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear distinguished guests, colleagues, researcher, professional, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, best wishes, warm and spirit greeting for everyone. First of all, let me thank you to Bapak Oni Bintoro as organizing committee Agers 2020 for inviting me to give a few words at the opening of this conference. Honorable Dr. Arifin Nugroho, as a chairman of IEEE AES and JRSS Indonesia section, Dr. Hamam Riza, as a chairman of Agency for Assessment and Application of Technology, BPPT, Professor Bambang Sumantri Brojonegoro, as a Minister of Research and Technology, and also Prof. Dr. Indroyono Susilo, Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin, as a speech session and presenter participant the 2020 IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience, Electronic, and Remote Sensing Technology. As a chair of the IEEE Indonesia section, I'm glad to welcome you to the Agers 2020. Due this year pandemic situation, the Agers 2020 conference was held a semi-virtual conference. I also want to thank all of you who have joined this conference. The 2020 IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience, Electronic and Remote Sensing Technology, under cooperation with the Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology BPPT, also with the joint chapter of the IEEE Indonesia section, chapter of the IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, and IEEE Aerospace and Electronic System. The conference will encourage discussion and hope to inspire participants for the theme understanding of the interaction of the land, ocean, and atmosphere, disaster mitigation, and regional resolution. The IEEE Asia Pacific Agers 2020, which aim to provide a forum for academic, scholar, and practitioner to exchange the idea and to discuss recent development and global a research trend, the field of geoscience, electronic and remote sensing technology, with some area interest such as a land, ocean, atmosphere, disaster mitigation, and etc. We hope you will have a productive and enjoyable time at this very special conference. Finally, putting together a conference of this size is not the easy task. We are grateful to all parties who work together to help us building this exciting conference program. We hope you will join us to make the 2020 IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience, Electronic, and Remote Sensing Technology as a memorable event. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Wisnu. Next one is we would like to hear by Chairman of IEEE IS Agers GRSS in section, Dr. Arifin Nugroho. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Arifin Nugroho.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Minister of Research and Technology Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, His Excellency Chairman of Agency for the Assessment and Applications of Technology, Dr. Hamam Riza, the Honorable Dr. Indrayono Susilo, the founder of MAPIN, the Honorable Professor Wisnu Jatmiko, Chair of Indonesia Sections of the IEEE, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are all blessed by the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala to being bestowed in healthiness and abundant favors. Especially today, we are all blessed with the Agers 2020, which will be taking place in just a few moments. First of all, the joint chapter would like to thank to BPPT and MAPIN. Without their supports and auspices, we could not organize this very Agers 2020. With such a tedious effort, under the leadership of Diplom Eng Oni Bintoro of BPPT, Officer of Joint Chapter GRS, AES, Dr. Eng Wahyudi Hasbi of Lapan, the chair-elect of IEEE Indonesia Section, Dr. Agustan of BPPT, the chairman of MAPIN, and the Agers committee presided by Ms. Siti Arfah with her team. The Agers 2020 could finally be held. The joint chapter would like to extend its gratitude to those said gentlemen and ladies who involved into this conference. Please allow me to also extend our appreciation to the keynote speakers, plenary speakers, and the researchers who will incisively share their knowledge to us all. Special thanks to Dr. Sif Mohan from Gujarat GRS and Dr. Takio Tadono of Tokyo GRS for participation as speaker. Gujarat, Tokyo, and Indonesia GRS chapter happen to be united in the so-called GRS chapnet of the IEEE since 2017. Before closing, permit me to cite the statement and the result of Marco Lanzagorta of the US Naval Laboratory with regard to the destiny of the radar technology, which will be much concerned during the conference, I suppose. The citation is as follows. As quantum entanglement offers an advantage of the small signal-to-noise regime, approximately from 15 to 20 dB, the application of quantum radar may be limited to those that require the detection of target using the minimum amount of energy that is possible. For example, stealth sensing for military applications or for medical imaging where it is desirable to keep radiation levels to a minimum. This should drive the engineers and designers to pay more attention in the field of quantum information processing in the future. Have a very pleasant conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arifin. And now we would like to hear our keynote speech from Chairman of Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, BPPT, the Honorable Dr. Hamam Riza. Time is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, Minister of Research and Technology, the Chair of the National Agency for Research and Innovation. My senior and Honorable Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo, the First Minister of Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs, also the founder of Indonesia Remote Sensing Society, or MAPIN. And my good friend, Professor Wisnu Jatmiko, Chair of IEEE Indonesian Sections, as well as Honorable Dr. Muhammad Arifin, the Chair of IEEE Aerospace and Electronic Systems Society, Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, Indonesian chapter. I also greet the Deputy Chair of BPPT for Technology Development on Natural Resources, as well as the Director for Remote Sensing, as well as the Chair of MAPIN, Dr. Agustan. My colleague, Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin, DG for Mineral and Coal, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. And I also greet the honorable speakers, our distinguished speakers from India, from Japan, from Korea, from Belgium. And I congratulate the organizing committee represented by Pak Oni, also all the expert and distinguished participants of Agers 2020. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. A very good morning, good health to everyone. It is my honor to welcome you all to the 2020 IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on geoscience, electronics, and remote sensing technology, Agers. This year is really a special year for all of us. As you know, that we are still in the challenge of the global pandemic COVID-19, but I see that the advantage of using all the digital means and devices through the use of ICT, it provides us the seamless communication. In fact, it's a borderless world right now, a cyber physical world, as emphasized by the Industry Revolution 4.0. We follow the sun timeline, and we still can interact with each other through our series of meetings or webinars, and we certainly put our knowledge and insights into many meetings, including this special conference, the Agers 2020. So I would like to thank all the speakers, all the participants who have joined us here today to develop further understanding and to provide interaction of land, ocean, and atmosphere in order for us to together we could reduce disaster risks through regional resilience. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister of Research and Technology, Prof. Bambang, I just would like to say that this Joint Aerospace Electronics System of Society and the Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, which was established in Indonesia by IEEE back in 2013, it is now a platform for those interested in aerospace, electronic, as well as geoscience and remote sensing. In fact, in 2018, we see that the Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience, Electronics, and Remote Sensing Technology, Agers, was launched to support professionals in the region, especially Asia Pacific, through this annual conference. And today, following the first conference, which was successfully held in 2018, in 2019, Agers conducted the second conference, and this year, despite of this pandemic COVID-19, we were able to hold this important conference, and in 2020, which is the third conference. Yeah, this conference is really a special title, Understanding the Interaction of Land, Ocean, and Atmosphere, Disaster Mitigation and Regional Resilience, as has been reported by Pak Oni, probably, and also by Pak Arifin. This conference is conducted hybrid format, we call this, both physically in our meeting rooms, but certainly we expect hundreds of participants through a virtual format. Yeah, and I think there are more now. We can see more than 100 online participants, which will examine and also discuss these various papers submitted from more than 5 countries, I believe. So the conference aims to provide a forum for academic and scholars, practitioners, to exchange ideas and to discuss. Remote sensing is one source of geospatial data. The main components, probably sensors. I like to talk about sensor because it's highly dependent on how we establish this network of sensors. Yeah, network of sensors, which is part of the Internet of Things revolutions. Yeah. And the techniques of data acquisition and processing certainly will be improved by the acquisition or by the implementing the frontier technology in ICT. These components cannot be separated from engineering activities, which means that the concept of technology push and market pull should be taken into account. This will really create an ecosystem. In fact, this is really what we should call this as an innovation ecosystem, where multiple stakeholders are being put into a platform where we can collaborate and cooperate, and a futures of technology push will be in balance with demand pull for most of this technology, especially in remote sensing technology. So, Bapak Menteri and ladies and gentlemen, the current trend seems to be dominated by technology push, as product innovation is triggered by advancement in ICT, computing, Industry 4.0, a combination of Internet of Things, big data analytics, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. In fact, this is really the fourth fundamental technology that we should acquire, and we should be powerful enough to implement this. This era will really change the way we do our business, the way we do our tasks or jobs. So digital transformation is necessity, and it will be ubiquitous, unavoidable in many respects of the technology. The main key to the development of remote sensing technology is remote sensing image processing technology. There is object-oriented, demand-oriented, high-speed, efficient, and automatic. And ladies and gentlemen, this will really mark our new chapter in engaging with this frontier technology in order for us to leverage on the existing technology, whether it is remote sensing, whether it is image processing, whether it is natural language processing, or other kind of technology which is in need of our national development sector. So I congratulate the 30th anniversary of MAPIN. Yeah. Pak Indroyono, congratulations to you. You are our senior and founders of this great organization, and our new young generation is looking forward for all this journey to establish our expertise in the remote sensing and advancement. So again, I would like to end this by thanking our minister, Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, for his leadership in research and innovation for all of us in Indonesia, and to all of our speakers and mentors, so that our Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience, Electronics, and Remote Sensing will be a successful event despite of this pandemic COVID-20. Wear your mask, physical distancing, wash your hand, keep healthy, and we should be on our way to leverage the Indonesia mastering in many areas of technology. Finally, best wishes to all the participants of the third Agers conference, and we should have a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamam Riza. And now we would like to take a break session. Please enjoy our video. And if you are in virtual meeting, I hope you can enjoy your coffee morning. Thank you. We would like to inform you that we have 20 minutes break time. So if you want to ask our committee about this conference, you can ask via chat. And we would like to invite all of our committee to enjoy our break session. And we'll be back around 10 EM. Thank you.
At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world.
thank you so much to all the participants that still joining our virtual conference, and welcome to all participants that come to our conference. And now, because our Minister of Research and Technology already joined our meeting, we are now continue to hear the keynote speech, which will be delivered by Minister of Research and Technology, the Honorable Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro. Time is yours, sir.
With panels, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here this morning delivering a keynote speech at the 2020 IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience, Electronics, and Remote Sensing Technology, or AGERS. It is important to understand the challenges we face in order to ensure the good disaster mitigation and strengthen regional resilience. In addition, we also need to understand the interaction of land, ocean, and atmosphere, as well as various vibrant collective efforts in regional Asia-Pacific research collaboration. Under the leadership of President Joko Widodo, Indonesia has increased its effort towards fulfilling the vision of 2045, as well as improving economic contributions from the R&D and innovation industry sector. The Ministry of Research and Technology, National Research and Innovation Agency, have several functions. First, in charge of carrying out research, development, assessment, and application. And second, integrating invention and innovation. And third, creating a conducive research ecosystem in order to encourage the creation of various innovations that have a wide impact on society. Indonesian government continues to encourage research collaboration through synergy and synchronization of the triple helix, government, academia, and industry, where the government acts as integrator for academia and industry. The pandemic has affected many sectors in Indonesia. However, our ministry has successfully produced various innovations to fight against COVID-19 during this unprecedented time. With the triple helix approach, we are working on innovations in terms of prevention, screening and diagnosis, social and humanities, medical and supporting devices, as well as medicine and therapy. This conference is organized by two important institutions, IEEE as the world's largest technical professional organization dedicated to advanced technology for the benefit of humanity, and BPPT, or Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, non-ministerial government agency under the coordination of Ministry of Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, National Research and Innovation Agency. Both collaborate to organize cutting-edge conferences and publications in various technology areas that are recognized by academics and industries worldwide. AGERS conference provides the right forum for Asia-Pacific authors and speakers in the area of geoscience, electronics, and remote sensing technology to present their work at this annual conference. The conference is also an example of the triple helix in action, where all parties, academic, government, industry, collaborate to solve some pressing issues. The issue of disaster mitigation and regional resilience are important issues, not only for geoscientists and remote sensing professional society, but also important issues for all countries in the world. In the Asia-Pacific region, Indonesia sits on the Pacific Ring of Fire between two continental plates, so we need to be prepared for various natural disasters. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic COVID-19 is a challenge to advance humanity. Therefore, there is an urgent need to address it with the utmost seriousness by utilizing available resources. During this era, people can be productive because of digital transformation, which leads to the less contact economy that indicates hyperconnectivity in the digital world. This concept has to be supported by the advancement of technology. Finally, allow me to congratulate you for organizing and participating in this important conference. I invite you to visit Indonesia next year when hopefully COVID-19 will be contained and we are in better situation. Also, I would like to congratulate the Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing, or MAPIN, which was established on December 5th, 1990, initiated by Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo, a prominent figure in remote sensing. I wish you a very pleasant and successful conference. Thank you very much. Stay safe, stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the next session. However, before we move further to the next agenda, the technical committee would like to thank our general sponsors of Agers 2020. They are Maksar, PT Citra Bumi Indonesia, and the last one is EOMAP. After this, we will start our plenary agenda. I would like to inform our speakers. In plenary agenda, there are Professor Indroyono Susilo, as founder of Indonesia Remote Sensing Society, Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin, the Director General of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Dr. Choi Jungku, Korean Ocean Satellite Center, South Korea, Professor Shiv Mohan, University of Lucknow in India, Dr. Takeo Tadono, JAXA, Japan, Professor Josaphat Tetuko Sri Sumanto, Chiba University, Japan, and the last one is Professor David Tavin, British Geological Survey, United Kingdom. And the last one is our moderator, Mr. Oni. And this agenda is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. His Excellency Minister of Terror Research and Technology, Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, SAMUP PhD, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Om Swastiastu. My name is Sony Bintoro. I will act as a moderator for this plenary speech. This plenary was held at VIP room B.J. Habibie Building 2, Tamrin number 8 in Jakarta. Since this is a virtual meeting, and the Master of Ceremony already mentioned all the speakers that for this session, and the first speaker, I will introduce the first speaker is Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo. And the Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo was a founder of Indonesian Remote Sensing Society in 1990 and born in Bandung, Jawa Barat, 27 March 1955. He is Coordinating Minister in Maritime Affairs in 2014, and previously he held some, and I hope that you can appear in the screen. He held the position of Head of Research Institution in Ministry of Fisheries and Director of Fisheries and Aquaculture in FAO United Nations. Dr. Indroyono Susilo got his undergraduate degree in ITB, master degree in Michigan, and his PhD from University Iowa. Founder of Indonesian Remote Sensing Society that currently organized this meeting with IEEE ISGRS. And this is also celebration of the 30 years of the MAPIN. Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo will present his paper on remote sensing in Indonesia, past, present, and future, and will continue with some launching of MAPIN 30th anniversary. So without further ado, I like to call Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo to present his paper. Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo, time is yours.
My presentation. Okay. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency Minister Bambang Brojonegoro, Mr. Chairman of PPPT, Dr. Hamam Reza, the representative of IEEE, let me put it, Institute for Electrical Engineering, Professor Dr. Wisnu Jatmiko and Dr. Arifin Nugroho, our colleagues, the panelists coming from Indonesia and from overseas, and the participants. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Agers 2020 for this excellent event. It's organized in Indonesia during the pandemic COVID, but we are still moving on, looking toward the future. I also would like to congratulate MAPIN, the Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing, for its 30th anniversary. When we talk about remote sensing, actually in Indonesia, we started Landsat 1, 1972. The first Earth observation satellite was triggered the development of remote sensing technology and its application in Indonesia. Yes, before there were some aerial photographies, technologies, cartography, photogrammetry, but also there is some satellite imagery came from various spacecraft, but the actual Earth observation satellite was started in 1972 with the launch of Landsat 1. And I think we are very honored at that time. Indonesia is very fortunate that two of our experts were invited as the principal investigator of NASA Landsat program 1972. First, Professor Katili. His research was assessment of multispectral scanners, MSS data for geological applications. And the second one, Professor Jacob Rais. His research was assessment of mapping technique using return beam Vidicon as compared to aerial photo. So Indonesia already in the out front of this program since 1972. So at that time, there various various satellite remote sensing circling the globes, radar Landsat, ERS-1, Spot, and radar. This is during the 90s. Okay, so Indonesia already involved this set technology from the beginning, considering knowing that these archipelagos have a size as big as 70,000 more islands. So we need some technologies to observe, to do monitoring, to conduct natural resource inventory, and so on. So, however, at that time when we start this, we want to develop this to become an industry. Industry means we start from downstream, we move forward into the upstream. So it has to be a market in order that we should be able to develop the ground station and also later on to build the satellite of our own. However, at that time, the name is Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing. There is no expert yet because there is no many expert in remote sensing technology in 1990s. So we have to strengthen the supply and demand. We have to develop the market so that it is credible to have a ground station, and later on it is credible and eligible to have a satellite remote sensing. So we have to provide satellite data, provide information services, provide knowledge services, and later on expand and strengthen the market. Start from downstream and moving upstream. Okay. And colleague, ladies and gentlemen, so we realized that we use the scientific data, which mentioned by Dr. Hammam, big data, and from this data we conduct interpretation, we build information. From this information we use for decision and we use for policies assessment or implementation. So what those objectives in the 90s start becoming a reality. We don't want to talk about ground station. We want to talk about satellite remote sensing. No, but we build the market. So in 1993, we ready to build Pari-Pari ground station and Pekayon, and also at that time 102 digital image processing center in operation. Then various project and remote sensing already moving forward with large potential user community, because we have 47 projects in the Blue Book of Bappenas, and this is part of as a vehicle, as a platform to move the remote sensing technology become an application in Indonesia. In the meantime, the R&D activity through integrated priority research program or research unggulan terpadu at that time, you enable to bring these technologies and its application become an Indonesian program. I think this kind of method can be used in any kind of technological introduction in the world or also in Indonesia. So having this concept, in 1994, President Suharto inaugurated the remote sensing satellite ground station in Pari-Pari, able to receive Landsat and Spot at the time. When the satellite was launched, when the ground station was already established, our market already there. So the data actually can be used for various projects in Indonesia. At the same time, also in 1988, BPPT developed the Citra 88 digital image processing software for PC computers. This software was distributed free of charge to all individuals, organizations, ministries, regional offices, to use satellite imagery to do some processing for image classification, band ratio, and so on. So having this technology which is adaptable into the various organization and expert, which at that time they have no high knowledge in digital image processing. I think the Citra 88 BPT make a breakthrough for this remote sensing application in Indonesia. The BPPT Remote Sensing Laboratory was inaugurated by Minister Habibie on April 1991, and I'm very happy to see some of those faces. Most of them already reached. At the same time, also we conduct various activities and to develop the industry, with airborne scanner survey at the time, not only satellite but also doing verification with the platform of aircraft. I think remote sensing is being used for the development and construction of the Surabaya Madura bridge in 1993. I think the most also advantage at that time is during El Nino, October, December 1997, the remote sensing technology, especially to positioning the hotspot from NOAA satellite imagery being conducted in order that we can do some weather modification activities, operation in all over Indonesia, Sumatra, Kalimantan, East Java, during October to December 1997. So the name of the term hotspot, which is nowadays has become familiar to everybody in terms of combating forest fire, it was initiated in 1997 when we are facing a very difficult climate condition, which is El Nino, which has a big forest fire in Indonesia, 5 million hectare forest fires at that time. Now this has become a standard data provision and also analysis, and to provide at the real time how's the hotspot, the possibilities of having forest fire all over Indonesia. So started in 1997, the a lot of assessment application of remote sensing technology conducted by BBBT with various project tasks, because this most project in the Papanas, in the planning activities, in the inventory activities, we are using remote sensing satellite imagery, their process data, and this is what I like to share what the minister mentioned, Bambang mentioned, is a triple helix. It has to be in industries. Without an industries, you don't need ground station. You don't need what we call a satellite, because if there is no users, all of those. So working at the services industry, by doing very strong media campaigns. So one of this media campaign is we have to create some organization. So MAPIN, the Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing, was established on December the 5th, 1990. And today we are very happy, we are very honored. I myself very honored because today, this year is the 30th anniversary of MAPIN. The first original document of MAPIN in December 5th, 1990. And this is the 7 founders of MAPIN. This is the idea. Yes, we have Baku Sultanal. Yes, we have Lapan. Yes, we have ministries working this, but we have to put it in one component, to make it in one downstream market services industry. That was the idea, because otherwise everybody doing by themselves, somebody doing your research, someone also doing some application research, someone ready to build ground station. The question for what? So we have to put this and MAPIN in one of the what we call it groups ready to also to enhance, to spread the technologies all over Indonesia. MAPIN met the Minister Habibie because Minister Habibie one of the what we call the board of trustee of this organization, and I hope and looking forward also maybe Excellency Minister Bambang Brojo will still be the MAPIN board of trustee, chairman of board of trustee for these 30 years of MAPIN. And also we work with international cooperation. Many countries would like to work with Indonesia because of the large size. Remote sensing is really fit for Indonesia because of the size of the countries, right? How can we control the area? How can we monitor our natural resources? How can we make the inventory of our resources without remote sensing satellite technologies? That was the idea. So agency like NASA, at that time was Agers, CNES of Italy, CNES of France, Italy, Germany, Netherlands, European Space Agency, Thailand, Singapore, Australia, Agers, they join with us, I think BBBT is now at that time is become a regular member of NASA, and we work very hard. And I think I must have been invited in the Mars Space Project also in 1996. So we are very strong in this area to build a big hydropower plant in Mamberamo, in Papua at that time. So I think to conduct early survey of Mamberamo for hydropower plant, there is no other way without using radar satellite technology. So this is the kind of application that's very important in terms of building this kind of a big infrastructure project. Minister Zuha visited CNES Paris, to collaboration in a space program with France and Indonesia, because of the theme of today's event is on disaster management. So we built the ASEAN Coordination Center for Humanitarian Assessment on Disaster Management on the 8th floor, in the 8th floor of the BBBT building. This is the center, among others, using remote sensing technology to monitor and to do some operational tasks when we have a disaster in the ASEAN region. For example, on climate change, on forest fire, and so on. So this is one of the regional centers now already established, and most of this data is coming from imagery, also for others like 4.0 digital industry. For the ocean matters, for remote sensing, we built what we call the SECROM, Southeast Asia Center for Ocean Research and Monitoring. In Bali, 23 hectares. the best location in Bali because everybody want to work with Indonesia because the location in Bali. So when this was established in 2004, many countries would like to join. You see the flag for that, and they want to stay longer in Bali because of the place. And also, I'm looking forward for all the participants of Agers 2020. Please do your research in Bali. I think you will like it because the place is Bali. You know, everybody wants to stay there. You know, and we build a ground station, processing center, data receiving station, field assessment in this area, and only 2 hours from Denpasar, you can do your work and you can do work and pleasure together in Bali. And now, for the moment, since 2004 until today, we are able to provide a map of school of fish identification, the fish location using remote sensing satellite data. This is every 3 days. So our fishermen can get the latitude and longitude, the current, ocean current, also the chlorophyll distribution, and the prediction where the fish school of fish location using remote sensing and other data. This were the pictures. I think that in 2003, President Megawati learned how to detect pool of fishes in using satellite data, and we are very honored. I think this is the only NOAA imagery signed by the president all over the world, you know, because my colleague from NASA asked a copy of this because this is NOAA satellite signed by President Megawati on the 1st of March 2003. Because of this, when she tried to detect the school of fish during that day in our ground station remote sensing satellite. In the meantime, also, I think now we are progressing also with new remote sensing technologies. You know, we are not stay at ease. We are moving forward. I think one of the example, I think laser airborne depth sounders, LEDs for mathematical survey. You know that our ocean has very limited bathymetric map. You know, the chart of depth of our ocean floor, okay, or also our coral reef. If you do it through our we call it research vessels, it will take so long. So we try laser airborne depth sounder, and this is the laser airborne depth sounder in Enggano, Bengkulu Province, 1994. I'd like to share with you those two operators. We have here Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin. I think will be our panelist today. He's a director general right now. At that time, he was still our scientist. And Dr. Wahyu Pandu is now deputy of BPPT. He was also our scientist in 1994, testing the laser airborne depth sounder. I think we are also one of the first country in the world working in this area because of the very large size of our oceans area. LiDAR, light detection and ranging. This is now being used by Badan Gambut, peatland, peat organization, peat agencies, because we have to do in-depth 1 to 5,000 scale, 1 to 10,000 scales to map the dome of peat and so on. We are using light detection and ranging technology. This is very interesting also, combining two platforms using airborne maritime patrol of the Indonesian Air Force and combined with radar sat technologies. Our location is actually in Arafurasi because we realize that Arafurasi is a lot of illegal fishing over there. We went to Arafurasi, we detect the illegal fish locating, and we send our aircraft, maritime patrol into that area. And by doing so, we should be able to take all the illegal ships who were conducting illegal fishing in Arafurasi. So we are very honored to invite President Joko Widodo to join the sea patrol of the Indonesian Air Force Boeing 737 of the 5th Maritime Surveillance Squadron. We patrol Makassar Strait, and this is the first when the president launched the Global Maritime Axis. This is one of those we have to control our ocean. You need technology. You need remote sensing technologies. You need airborne. You need satellite. So this is the one that I mentioned to you at the beginning. So I'm very happy now. Now with all this development, I think Lapan is ready to build the satellite. So I'm very happy to inform. Maybe this is late data, but you have a new new data, hopefully, but now there are already 4 satellites established by Lapan or developed by Lapan with each partner, with TUPSAT I think is the Netherlands, with TwinSat, and also with IPB, Lapan IPB sat, launched from the Indian rockets, and now we have this. The problem is this is still not operational. We have the industries, remote sensing services industries need operational data, not an experimental data. So please make a program to move forward from experimental into operational program. So by doing so, we can expand our market, not only for Indonesia, but also globally. Last but not least, I think on the platform technology, there are the new build Black Hawk drone, made by the aircraft industry, PTDI, early this year. So I think this is also the progress that has been conducted by our scientists, engineers, not only building the satellite as the platform, not only building the drone as a platform, but also providing various sensor system from light detection, radar, and then visible electromagnetic radiation, and so on. Now we are moving forward. Now, what are we going to do then? Ladies and gentlemen, since 2016, there are 193 high-resolution satellites already in operation in the world, and able to detect and assess all surfaces of the Earth in highly repetition. The accumulated data are stored as the big data for various inventory, monitoring, analysis, and prediction of our natural resources. Look at this. The resolution has become 0.7 to 0.8 millimeter. The other, and also, and which means one individuals on Earth can be detected from the satellite. This is the SkySat. The rapid eye satellite now able to with resolution 5 to 6 meters task, while the Dove or satellite is 3 to 0.4 meter for monitoring. And the number of satellite of 193, we are able to eliminate the clouds problem. Usually because of a tropical area of Indonesia, we won't be able to have cloud clear imagery. Now we are able to do this. At the moment, now there is a disruption technologies. We are going to 4.0 on this. You are not working with imagery anymore. We are working directly with artificial intelligence, and we are able to detect. We are able to measure the size of agriculture area. We are able to predict the location of mineral oil and gas, and so on. See, this is already moving toward the direction. We are not seeing imagery anymore. We are moving toward a more disruption 4.0 industrial digital technology. With number of platforms with more than 190 satellites, I think this is a big push in the progress in the development of remote sensing industries all over the world. Just one example, I just want to show this because one day I called, can I get the what do you call the Navy base in Surabaya, and they just sent this to me, and you can zoom this, and so you can see the size, you can measure the size of the ship, the type of the ship, and so on. Why the reason I mentioned show this to you? When we started this 3 years ago, when we developed mapping, all of this is impossible. There is a lot of restriction. The remote sensing data was considered classified information. When you are going to use this, consider you need a security clearance and so on. We are able to override all of those. Now we are able to do like this. Everybody now already know this is a technology that you are cannot avoid this. In the meantime, also regulatory support for this technology already moving. In law number 21, there's a law on space. So Lapan is getting very strong because there is a umbrella law for Lapan between undang-undang keantariksaan, and also the presidential instruction number 6, which Lapan should provide imagery for all required data in Indonesia. So Lapan become a sole satellite imagery provider. And then there is a law number 4 on geospatial, which is the Badan Informasi Geospasial as also an umbrella law to conduct their activities. So remote sensing application and mapping and all other application, can be organized or can be supported by BIG because the BIG is under law number 4. The SN, this is the latest one, 2019, they provide standard SNE for fit mapping scale, 1 to 50,000 using remote sensing imagery. Okay, so this is also some progress. By doing this 1 to 50,000 scale, we are able to cut very large amount of revenues or costs. Because of the we delete the ground activities into a satellite or airborne activities. Last but not least, there's law number 11, year 2020 on job creation. I think I'm very happy when this was just announced by the president last month, which is based on the parliament decision. And one of those, article number 15 regarding forestry, it was mentioned over there in order to pinpoint forest location, in order to provide border of the forest location, in order to map forest location, in order to state and to position and to regulate forest position, you can use information technology, coordinate, geographical coordinate, and also satellite imagery. So I think this is a very strong, the only application of remote sensing technologies for forestry. And by doing so, there already will be more than 600 companies all over Indonesia working in forest industry. We use this because they have to report their forest activity every year. Like this, using this technology will be very, very fast. The same as in the mining industries. I think Dr. Ridwan will mention also. You have to report their mining activities every year. Now they are using remote sensing on also drone. So what is our future? This is from applicants. This is from the application side to enhance and to expand the market. Work with let's do activities on monitoring of national strategic projects. We have more than 200 national strategic projects, road, bridges, toll roads, harbor, airport, and so on. And also food estate and the planning of the new what do you call it, capital city in East Kalimantan. It has to be monitored. How can we do that? You can send people all over this region of Indonesia. You cannot use remote sensing for this. Number 2, I think this month, hopefully, the president will launch the what do you call it, carbon market, economic of carbon, something like that. You have to do some verification. How big is the size of the area? How big is the carbon absorption in this? How many ton I'm talking about? And how big is the credit? How much is per ton for this? How many dollar per ton? The value, the price. When you do verification, all the what do you call it, the carbon market in Indonesia, you cannot do without remote sensing. How can you do now for the moment it's 10 million hectares? How can you do this for those? Climate change and climate variabilities. We are able to predict, let's say 12 to 24 months of El Nino and La Nina, because we already put all the buoys and on the ocean and so on. It can provide the ocean current, ocean temperatures and ocean direction and current direction and so on. Now the climate change and climate variability, you need these remote sensing technologies, because the movement of our warm pool from the western part of the Pacific into the eastern part, you have to have we call it a timeline monitoring system. You have to do it with remote sensing technology. Disaster management, yes, we discussed it today. We use this for from the mitigation side, and then the task operational side, and also the post rebuild and infrastructure development of the disaster area. All of those you have to use remote sensing technology. Let us know without this what kind of technology you can use for that. Last but not least, I just mentioned to you forestry, mining areas, and so on. So this is what I'd like to mention to you. Yes, we are moving forward moving forward from the past. Look, thank you for our predecessors like the Professor Katili, the late Professor Katili, the late Professor Rais, who initiate these technologies. Now, I think you all of you, not me, because maybe I'm the second generation, and all of you here, you're the third generation of the remote sensing expert in Indonesia. So you have a bright future. Just follow the path. But one more thing, use this as industries. I like to put a mark mentioned by the minister Bambang Brojo. You have the triple helix. Triple helix is you have to have industries. Without industries, you won't be able to develop technologies. Without the industry, you won't build a good ground station. Without the industry, you won't be able to build the satellite, the drone, and also the airborne aircraft and so on. So thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And herewith officially, I would like to congratulate again all the members of MAPIN and also the partners and colleagues of MAPINs. Happy anniversary, the 30th anniversary of Masyarakat Pengindra Jauh Indonesia, now become Masyarakat Ahli Penginderaan Jauh Indonesia, which means a lot of ahlis in Indonesia right now, and also the Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Droyono Susilo, its inspiring speech about reflection and outlook of the profession. And now it's also important session which is a custom in IEEE conference, MAPIN conference, and BPPT called group picture. So here is the rule. Everyone in this Zoom chat, around 300 people, you need to turn on your video. We will have some group picture with His Excellency Minister Professor Dr. Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, and also with Honorable Professor Dr. Indroyono and all distinguished speaker. Please turn on your video. We will have a group picture. You can sit here. You can also sit back here. But then you also there. But need to be 2 meters. Since we are in campaign of nggak boleh deket-deket. Okay. Not yet, not yet. Okay. Di sini? Or you need to put. Ya udah, kamera sana. Oke. Okay, I will count. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Itu di zoom kali fotonya Pak. Spotlight fotonya Pak Menteri.
Pak Menteri.
Di spotlight.
1, 2, 3.
Robi di spotlight. Fotonya Pak Bambang.
Sudah.
Cukup?
Oh.
Gitu bagus.
Our operator, done? Okay, done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for His Excellency Minister of Research and Technology, Professor Dr. Bambang Permadi Brojonegoro. Pak Indro, still some activity for you. Because as a token of appreciation from MAPIN, there will be a gift or speech from the chairman of MAPIN. As a token of appreciation, there will be a book that was published for 30-year anniversary of MAPIN, and it will hand it to you, Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo, by the chairman of MAPIN, Dr. Agustan. And now it goes to Dr. Agustan as a symbolic gesture. He will hand it to the camera. Open dong. Open. Iya dong. So the title. Yes, this is an Indonesian custom that when you give a gift, no, okay, open and show the title. Show the title. The title, please read, Pak.
Okay, Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo, on behalf of MAPIN and BPPT, we already make some books. Already 3 books. One regarding about the TISDA, and one of the outlook of the risk reduction for forest fire, and one is related to the MAPIN 30 years. The 2 of books already published, and one is available online. Will be produced by Dr. Pak Hartanto. So we present these books for you and all the community of the remote sensing and geoscience in Indonesia. Thank you very much, Pak Indro. Thank you very much. And
Thank you very much, Pak Agustan. Excellency Minister Bambang, I'd like to inform you that Dr. Agustan is the chairman of MAPIN, and he graduated from ITB, Geodetic Engineering, and he got a PhD also in remote sensing, and now he's the director at BPPT. Used to be my directorate 30 years ago, director of TISDA. Now he become director. The name is changed, but it's the same. So Dr. Agustan is the third generation of remote sensing specialist in Indonesia. Mr. Minister, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Indro.
Oh, silakan. So, Pak Professor, Minister of Research and Technology, maybe you can have also some closing speech or some remarks. Floor is yours.
Yeah, okay, Pak Oni. I think it's good for me to just listen to the presentation by Professor Indroyono Susilo. It gives me a lot of insight about the remote sensing and especially the usefulness of remote sensing itself. And I believe the technology of remote sensing needs to be improved in Indonesia in accordance also with the progress of our satellite technology. And as Professor Indroyono mentioned, LAPAN already developed some satellites, launched the satellites actually, but the most important thing is how to make those satellites functional, so they can do the remote sensing activity for the needs of its nation. So I really appreciate the MAPIN and also the ideas of this webinar about the disaster mitigation. And maybe we can focus the use of the remote sensing to improve our ability to mitigate the disaster. So thank you very much once again for being involved in this seminar.
Thank you. His Excellency Minister of Research and Technology, Professor Dr. Bambang Brojonegoro. And now we go to the next session, and before the second plenary speech, we already decided, and now it's in presence of Pak Indroyono Susilo, we already decided about award of Indroyono Award for this best paper presented or best paper written during Agers 2020, and it will be announced by the chairman of Agers and chairman of MAPIN.
Okay, thank you, Pak Oni. So during this event in the Agers 2020, Professor Indroyono provide Indroyono Award amount in about 10 million rupiah for the best paper. But this is very hard because the paper is very qualified, so we still want to add one criteria. We will combine with the presentation skill, because in MAPIN, actually there are three awards, Jacob Prize Awards, and then I forgot one, and then Indroyono Awards. But actually Indroyono Awards is for the presenters, the best presenters. But special during this year, Indroyono Award we give to the best paper and best presenter. So we still wait until tomorrow, but if the committee want to show the the award of the Agers 2020, please show the award for the best paper and best presenter. So in this year, we will wait until tomorrow. So we will give the 10 million rupiah from Indroyono Award for the Agers 2020 and Pitmapin 2020.
Okay, thank you. So I know Pak Indroyono will be unhappy because he need to be appear tomorrow again to hand over the award. Thank you, Pak Professor Dr. Indroyono. Thank you, Pak Agustan. And now we goes to the next session, which is the second speaker of today in plenary speech, Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin. He is currently Director General for Energy and Minerals in Ministry of Energy and Mineral. Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin currently is Director General for Mineral and Coal, and previously he is Deputy Minister for Coordination Infrastructures in Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Resource for Investment. Previously, he held also position as Deputy Chairman for Technology for Natural Research. He got his PhD from Texas A&M in the area of geologies in 1999 and got his bachelor degree in Bandung, geology, and master degree in ITC Twente. Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin will give his presentation on regional development and risk mitigation at mining industry. And Minister, I know, Pak Professor, before I give a speech, give a floor to Pak Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin, maybe Professor, His Excellency Professor Bambang Brojonegoro will leave the Zoom. I know he has another commitment in other places. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ministers. And without overdue, Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin, time is yours.
Thank you, Oni Agustan. Pak Indroyono, very proud of you, colleagues. Before I continue, should I continue in English or should I speak in Bahasa? Is there any non-Indonesian speaking audience or should I continue in Bahasa? Pak Oni?
No, in English, Pak. That's English.
Okay.
Yes, in English.
All right. So again, thank you very much for inviting me into this very important session. Just to share with you briefly, I started my professional career in this topic, and this remote sensing topic by Indroyono 50 years ago. That's the same age as MAPIN today. After listening to Pak Indroyono's presentation from his helicopter view on remote sensing technology, let me bring this technology to a specific topic and mining industries. I see, as mentioned by Pak Indroyono as well, I see a bright future of remote sensing technology in mining industries on both sides, the development as well as the risk mitigation. However, I would like to start with emphasizing a few things. Number one, when we began this technology 30 years ago, there were more of technology push from the provider, from the experts. We push technology to be used by various sectors. But now let me share some information on how the technology pull from the user side on this remote sensing technology. Next slide, please. It's an interesting topic on land-ocean atmosphere interaction. However, I would like to add humans aspect into this interaction. We understand that more than 7.7 billion people live on the Earth now, meaning that there will be more and more push, stress for us, for the Earth, to carry this amount of people living with all the needs. So we have to think thoroughly, we have to think in a very broad context, but also look at the needs in a very. If we look at the interaction between land, ocean, and atmosphere, it's very clear it's a natural interaction. However, when we add human activities, human actor into the interaction, we know that we really have to manage the natural resources as well as the disaster mitigation as part of our development program. Next slide, please. As we understand that today, the government of Indonesia has decided to use the geological resources as one of the important prime movers of the national development. In the past, during Professor Habibie's era, we often heard the slogan of comparative advantages. This is what it means, that we have so many resources, but then at BPPT, as I understood that time, we also need to add value into those resources to expand the usefulness of the geological resources. We have so much geological resources, however, they are distributed in a widespread area of Indonesia. We have various types of resources, but the amount of the quantity of the resources are somehow limited for each type. So that's where the technology plays very important role. So we have the resources, we have them in very area. The total amount are not as much as other countries have, but we have so much of them, so many types of them. That's the key that I would like to share with you later on. Next slide. If I can bring this topic into a specific example, for example, let's take a look at this Morowali area in Central Sulawesi. This area was not very popular before until a Chinese company named Singsan came and developed the nickel industries in this area. Before, the number of motorbikes, for example, in this area can be counted using your fingers. But now, there is traffic jam in this area every rush hour because of the development of the region induced by these mining activities. So this is just another example. Before this Morowali example, we know area like Balikpapan. Balikpapan was developed based on oil and gas industries. Bangka and Belitung was developed based on tin mining industries. So clear for us that in Indonesia, mining industries plays very important role in its development. Next slide. With the size of mining industries, the size of land they use in mining industries, it's really not easy to monitor everything using traditional technology, meaning that we go to the field, check everything. It's not so cost effective. Then the role of remote sensing technology is very important. If we consider the comparison between traditional mapping with the utilization of satellite remote sensing technology, the contrast is very clear. How remote sensing technology can give us an overview of the region. However, when we go into the details, then we really have different technology. My other point in this presentation is that we have had enough capacity and quote-unquote traditional remote sensing technology, but then we have to bring it down to a more customized application of the technology. When I first joined BPPT, learned about Landsat remote sensing technology, image technology, then came to Japanese radar technology. Those technologies were good in their present 30 years ago, but then if we compare with the present of, say, Google Map, we could see nothing different between what we can obtain from those technologies 30 years ago with what Google Map could provide today. So with that consideration, I again would like to thank my colleagues who are still working on this remote sensing technology to emphasize on more customized application of remote sensing technology for various applications in Indonesia, because we have different challenges with those countries live in other areas of the world. So if we could next slide. This is another mining site, copper and gold mining. If you can see here, again, I would like to use this as an example how activities have also influenced the morphology, the topography, the Earth's surface, as well as other part of the globe like ocean and atmosphere. Next slide. Just an example, just to give an impression of how vast, how big the area in mining activities like that. Their concessions sometimes cover hundreds of thousands of hectares. So that's the size of average mining activities. So with this, we really cannot monitor everything just using standard technology. So again, the remote sensing technology is very important, it's very helpful. But one more time, I would like to remind everybody here that we need a more customized methodologies, application, remote sensing technology for mining activities, specifically for Indonesia. Let's take a look at an example like this. Next slide, please. Just last month and 2 months ago, there were 2 accidents that result in significant number of casualties. On November 22nd, 10 illegal miners buried, right, in central Kalimantan. Well, based on the data I have in my office at the Director General for Minerals and Coal Resources, we were not really aware that there were many activities in this particular location. But then we checked after the accident that there was a concession, not very active, but there has been illegal mining practices in this region. Can you imagine 65 meter deep hole with about 85 size of the hole? Then it's really unexpected to 11 people went down into this illegal mining activities. Before that, there was another incident in South Sumatra. Practically, it is inside a concession of a state-owned companies, state-owned coal company, but the activities was not part of that mining company. As a result, 11 illegal miners died of this illegal mining activities. These two examples are very clear to us that with the size of Indonesia, with the widespread distribution of mining activities in Indonesia, no one can control this effectively without using technology, specifically remote sensing technology. I did this, but so far, if I can learn from what we have applied these days, I mean, I'm saying that if we go back to slide number 5, for example, when we go to slide number 5, we work with Lapan. We have an MOU between my office with Lapan. One more, slide number 5. Yeah, right. No, Morowali. Satu lagi. Yeah, okay. This is the type of image supplied by Lapan. Thankful to Lapan, but as I told my colleagues at the Agers, this is not good enough for us. It's good, but not good enough. The resolution, the scale, the cloud coverage, we can see something, but we cannot see everything we need to see. So this is why I would suggest my colleagues, expert on this technology, let's think about something else that can provide better information for us as a practitioner, for us as a user of this technology. I've mentioned this to some colleagues, so please help me, provide me with a better technology so that I can manage the mining industries better, and also provide a better information to the public related to the potential disaster of mining activities. Number 10. Yep, okay. Other than disaster, I also have to manage the environmental issues. Some issues like offshore mining activities. The picture on the right-hand side is a mining activities offshore Bangka, Kapal Isap. It's legal in status, but there has been some discussion on how the impact of this mining activities. We can monitor it, but with the size of the activities, remote sensing is useful to be used, but I would suggest to include other methods such as drone mapping, drone observation, to be considered to monitor the environmental impact monitoring at mining sites like this. Another topic is the tailing management. There has been a lot of discussions on how we should manage the tailing. Two options. Ministry of Environment and Forestry suggests to put the tailing onshore, but it will require a lot of land, will require a lot of money, as opposed to an option of putting the tailing at a deep sea, where there has been some study that the location is suitable for the deep sea tailing placement, meaning that there is no upwelling activities, there is no fishery activities in that location. So the discussion on this tailing management will also require some information from this remote sensing technology. Again, Nick, I would like to request some help, some support from expert practitioner in this technology to provide a better information for us in this mining industries. Next slide. Post-mining activities monitoring. In the latest law, number 3, mineral and coal, clearly stated that environmental protection is one of the priorities. All companies operating in India will have to provide certain amount of money, certain amount of budget to make sure that they perform reclamation and post-mining management after the mining. So with that, it's clear that we have to monitor their progress. Again, as I mentioned earlier, to monitor this size of the region, we really need a help of remote sensing technology. Next slide. This kind of technology, digital elevation model, 3D, something that is not available immediately when we simply search for available images of a certain area. So as the business is very clear. Again, when we consider Professor Indroyono's speech on the technology advancement, the investment is there, but then the implementation in Indonesia specifically is not so much. So with this, I would like to share with you, it's there. Within this 3D model, within this customized application in mining industry. The other challenges in Indonesia, next slide. Cloud is one. Radar is available, but the issues of distortion, for example, must be overcome for the actual calculation of the mining activities. I also need some observation on mineral transportation and audit, for example. You know that coal, for example, are shipped using barges, thousands of them. But then I have to admit that the business practice has not been as clean, has not been as perfect as we expected. There are still some not good mining practices, if I may say so. So I would like to monitor also this activity using available technology. For example, one bus leave mining site, bring the coal, for example, to another port, and then over there we really have to make sure that what we bring from the source is the same coal with what they unload at their next port, for example. So this type of activities is not very easy to monitor in Indonesia because there are so many small ports, small facilities where they use for the transshipment. For the disaster risk mitigation application, again, I really would like to invite experts to provide some option for the practitioners how to monitor their daily activities using adequate technology. Just a good example, when I visited the accident in South Sumatra, what I heard from the people around the site, that's not the company that uses drone technology, but the illegal mining practitioner that use the drone to monitor who is visiting this site. So that's the reality we have to face in the mining business in Indonesia. With that, I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you very much again for Mapin, BPPT, and Agers for inviting me. Thank you very much for the input I have received. Looking forward to more and information from my colleagues. Thank you very much. Oni.
Masih di mute, Mas.
Please unmute.
Hello, should I start?
Yes, you can start.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, clear. Clear.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Jongkook Choi from Kiosk, Korea. Today, I'd like to talk on the Korean geostationary ocean color image of GOSI and its application in terms of the marine disaster. First, let me introduce GOSI and GOSI 2. GOSI is a world first geostationary ocean color imager. It was loaded on the COMS satellite. COMS means communication and ocean and meteorological satellite, and it was launched 2010. Its mission lifetime was 7 years, but it is still running. Our GOSI captures the images of around Korean Peninsula with ground resolution is about 500 meter, and the target area include a whole of the Korea and east side of the China, some of the Taiwan and Japan and Russia, etc. And GOSI captures the images every hour at the daytime, so it can capture the 8 times a day. Its band characteristic is like as shown. It has 6 visible band and 2 infrared band, 2 near-infrared band. Mainly, these 2 near-infrared band is used for the atmospheric correction of the satellite imaging. This slide shows the difference between polar orbit system and geostationary system. So in the field of ocean color remote sensing, using the polar orbit platforms, they can take just 1 or 2 observation area per day. But the GOSI, geostationary imager, operated in the geostationary orbit, so takes an observation many times for the same area a day. So this characteristic can facilitate to monitor subtle changes of the ocean environment. Our next GOSI, GOSI 2, has successfully launched March this year, actually February, loaded on the satellite called GeoComSat-2B with GEMS system. GEMS is for the atmospheric constituents called a geostationary environmental measurement system. Its mission lifetime is about 10 years. For GOSI-1, GOSI-2 has 5 more bands, 1 more ultraviolet band, and 2 more visible band, and 1 more near-infrared band, and 1 wide band. So it means the panchromatic band. This slide shows the comparison, specification comparison between GOSI and GOSI-2. In terms of the spectral bands, GOSI-1 has 8 bands, and GOSI-2 has 13 bands. And ground resolution, in terms of the ground resolution, GOSI-2 has 4 times better than GOSI for 250 meters near equator. And GOSI-2 captures the image for this local area 10 times a day. And GOSI-2 also can capture the full disk image for the hemisphere, including the Korean peninsula. So this GOSI full disk can capture the images of almost of the South Pacific, the Asian Pacific area once a day. GOSI-2 focuses on the succession and the expansion of the GOSI mission, and its development phase was initiated 2012 and finally launched this year. GOSI-2 has 12 narrow bands. The bandwidth is about 10 to 14 nanometer for visible and near-infrared band, along with 1 wide band for star imaging. And one of the major improvements in GOSI-2 is it can capture the full disk area, which is implemented to fulfill the requirements on the long-term global climate change research, especially for the Asia Pacific Ocean area. As many of you know, for the calibration and validation of the satellite images, we need as many in-situ measurement data as possible. On the picture, you can see our research ship only. And on the small picture, you can see the images collecting seawater to analyze the constituents and filtering for analyzing the oceanic parament, such as chlorophyll concentration and total suspended sediment concentration. And when we get the seawater samples on the ship, at the same time, we should get the optical characteristics of the seawater at the same location. So using the oceanic parameter and the optical parameter, we calculate the relationship between them, and we can apply the relationship to the algorithm for deriving the oceanic parameter from the satellite image. As I said, we should get as many in-situ measurements as possible for the calval activity for the satellite images. We can use for the GOSI local area some of the ocean research station Here's a 소청초 and 이어도, and also we can use the optical VOH system. And also for the calibration and validation for the Goshi 2 full disk image, we should collaborate many of the nations covering the covered with Goshi 2 area. For example, Philippines, and we had, as you know, we had ocean research branch in Indonesia, MTCRC, and there's many important sites in the seaside and the Australia and other sites. Next, let me show some applications for GOSI, for using GOSI. In August 2013, we had very big harmful algal bloom in the East Sea, the east coast, in the east coast of the Korean Peninsula. As you can see on the figure on the left, the reddish area represents the high chlorophyll by the harmful algal bloom. The reddish area and at most the chlorophyll is over 180 milligram per cubic meter, and the cell count over 6,200 cells per milliliter. Yeah, and as you can see, the figures on the right, we examined the diurnal variation of the these red patches using hour by hour GOSI images. So as you can see, with the passage of time, red tide patchy in RGB as well as in chlorophyll image gradually becoming more defined in shade and deeper in color. Yeah, we also examined the diurnal variation in some points, like maybe you can see area 1, 2, 3 on this image, and profile A prime on this figure. So the graph A shows the Gaussian-derived chlorophyll values from hour intervals at 3 points, and graph B shows the Gaussian-derived chlorophyll concentration values along the line A prime at around 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock local time. So as you can see on the figure on the top left, area 1, this graph is in this area, the chlorophyll concentration is over around 15 milligram per cubic meter. It shows an obvious pattern of gradual increase in the concentration. And very similar pattern can be shown on area 2. It's over, the chlorophyll concentration is around 5 milligram per cubic meter. So at those locations, the highest value of concentration were found at, as you can see, around 2 o'clock. Maybe this high chlorophyll can due to the migration, vertical migration of the harmful algal bloom species. In this case, Coccidium polychloroides. And for the area 3, it shows the very normal chlorophyll concentration around about 1.5 milligram. So there's no notable temporal variations. So using the GOSI, we can see the vertical migration of the red tide species in the daytime. It is the different example. We can identify or differentiate the brown algae called sargassum using GOSI. So we developed an algorithm for detecting sargassum using GOSI and monitor the movement of the brown algae. And also we can see the movement of green algae, green tide. Yeah, you can see the red areas on the images. No, sorry, green areas in the image. And we can see also the sea ice. The sea ice can be generated around the Bohai or some of the Russian coastal area. And we can see also the yellow dust from China. And we can see of the movement of typhoon using hour by hour GOSI imaging. And in winter time, we had very big snow. We have snow. So as you can see, we can, using GOSI, we can identify the area covered with heavy snow in the winter time. We can also detect the oil spill area. This oil spill was 2011. In 2011, about May, 2011 May, the oil spill was on the Bohai Bay. So you can see the very black area in the GOSI. And we can also compare the image before and after the tsunami. The example shows the when the tsunami attacked the coastal area on the Sendai province in Japan, 2011. And we can also the forest fire detect the forest fire. It was aroused. It was aroused mountain in the mountainous area near the east coast of Korean Peninsula, the 2010. The GOSI can also the volcano eruption using the hour by hour images. It is the sea fog. The sea fog is a very significant impact in the coastal region or on the oceanic area and lead to the very significant accident. So we can also check the movement of the sea fogs using the GOSI. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
From Korean Ocean Satellite Center, South Korea. I know there is some question for you, Dr. Jungkook Choi, in Zoom chat. You can answer that using chat, or maybe we can have, if we have time, we can answer some of the questions using Slido. So all participants asked by Slido, and all the speaker probably, if they have time, we can answer after 1 o'clock. But now, in the meantime, you can use Zoom chat. Dr. Choi Jungkook from Korean Ocean Satellite Center, South Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And the next speaker is Professor Shiv Mohan. Professor Shiv Mohan is really a familiar face for IEEE Agers because he came for since the beginning or since the funding of Agers 2018. Professor Shiv Mohan is also chair of IEEE Gujarat and ChapNet with Dr. Arifin Nugroho. I can't read his bio, but I'm sure that his bio appear in the Zoom chat. In the meantime, I know Dr. Shiv Mohan because of ChapNet activities during my stay in Tokyo, and then the idea to set up Agers 2018 as and doing parallel with the ChapNet with IEEE Gujarat and IEEE all Japan and Dr. Arifin. Professor Shiv Mohan currently is affiliation with University of Lucknow, India. He will give presentation on understanding anthropogenic processes in natural disaster role of space technology. Professor Shiv Mohan, time is yours. Yeah. So the next speaker is Professor Shiv Mohan from University of Lucknow, India. He will give presentation on understanding anthropogenic process in natural disaster role of space technology. And now time is yours, Professor Shiv Mohan.
So good morning, and I am happy to be part of Agers 2020. And at time I feel I am now closely connected with Indonesia for some of the disaster management related activities. And I started understanding Indonesia a little more than a few years before. In fact, if you look at the geographically, Indonesia is situated in such a place that it covers the different kind of disaster in a single land and distributed along the total geographical area, and which leads to a sort of natural level for understanding various kind of disaster, understanding various kind of impact of human activity on these disasters. So I feel it is one of the, I can say the lab, natural lab, which could be used by the world for doing many research in remote sensing application related to disaster management. And now I would like to start my okay. So I will just go through some of the activities which I feel are important to this audience and how anthropogenic processes are impacting the natural disasters and how space technology today is helping to understand various processes involved in natural disaster. So if you look the processes because of humankind, we are going to change many things on the Earth surface or Earth environment in terms of surface processes. That means change on the surface of Earth, subsurface processes. That means because of overexploitation of the Earth, various things have changed below the surface of Earth and also the atmosphere. So if you don't go back too many years, the anthropogenic processes are going to affect very rapidly the Earth's face. I have shown a picture from green to totally dry. And if you look at just a year back, I looked at India, we have gone to very extreme event in terms of 2019, which have never happened. One is hottest July ever recorded in India. Then 70% more extreme rainfall in the event, which has, and 113% more numerous year-to-year forest fire. So this is the increase because of the hottest weather, and like that they impact the forest fire, natural forest fire, not the human. Then we have maximum 7 cyclone hit in this country. So this is because of various processes, because of man pressure is taking place, and which results into the surface process. And as a result, about 2.17 million people have for that much uh, uh, that as in comparison to 10 years before. This leads to about 21 natural hazards. So these processes are surfaces processes, subsurface processes. Surface means what I look from my eyes on the surface of the earth. That means land use changes, forest cover changes, drainage system changes, influence the earth, then river flow, dam, and so many things are which are visible to our eyes from our on our surface. Other is which is not visible to our eyes, which also result a lot of natural disasters. So all these activities lead to some sort of disaster or other. That means human beings are exploiting more than the what is the ability of the system to provide you maximum. So one has to understand then all the processes, and one has to limit the risk of disaster, so minimum lives can be, minimum people should suffer from that. So that becomes one of the important. And certainly I again say Indonesia is one of the laboratory, natural laboratory for understanding various disasters. What space technology can do in supporting natural disasters before the any event, or say for example cyclone, we know what are the maximum areas which can be influenced by cyclones. So you can immediately take help of the uh, support system which displaces the people from those areas. Early warning, certainly of high value, which involves disaster, provide right kind of support, and how much damage has occurred because of that uh, sort of you can say the disaster. So along with other data set, one is able to clearly understand what is interaction is taking place between human being and various disaster, and how we are influencing and how we can go ahead with the development along with the minimum risk for those areas. Today's technology is much, much better than what we were a decade before. We have variety of satellite at different scale, from centimeter to meter to kilometer scale, to understand regional, local, and global phenomena. Data is available at different wavelengths, namely visible, infrared, thermal, and micro. Each waveband has its own importance, and it's able to give the unique information about the disaster, about the risk, and about the you can say, the assessment of those disasters. So there are many global bodies today. They are providing free support for disaster management, free data set. And I'm just talking, one of them is ISRO's, that is a one Indian geo platform, which provides data for regional areas, including Indonesia, free of cost for disaster purpose, but other data set which are available for free of cost over India or other can be downloaded from this website. And it gives you on the information of the what kind of data, which period, when, and also geographical area. Much more known are the other platform like from Sentinel and about the NASA platform, Earth Explorer. They are more popular, more populated with different kind of data set. So certainly more facilities are available because these are being used by multiple people and various because we need to put the time and our brain. Other things are available for the analysis. On a simple case, if I do a simple study, how like crops were damaged with locust in recently 2019, a lot of crops were damaged with the locust attack. So simple is that one collect the data. I have this data of December 19, and after the locust attack, same area can be viewed again, and you can see how much area that green color is converted into gray color. So all this is the crop area which has lost. So it has two purpose. One is what has caused locust to attack over these areas. Certainly soil moisture is one of the important factor. Greenness of the vegetation. So we know the indicator what is helping locust to attack in these areas, and information to farmers that what they should do, support system from the government, what they should do to deal with this kind of attack. And not only that, those who have insured their farms, they also get benefited because space technology gives you right kind of number for the yield loss in those areas. And yield loss could be because of weather, because of disaster or anything. If you look any area, there is a variation of yield from top to bottom in a given farm. And this kind of variability can be determined by anybody who may not be expert in remote sensing, but may know little bit of handling the satellite data or little bit of handling the computer system. And one can create a history of year or history of a 10 years, total 1 decade, how the yield is varying, and can relate it to various ground processes or human intervention. So technology is not only available to users, but ease of handling the data is also now becoming available. And many private players, they are coming up with the idea to use the data set, which is directly you can use instead of going to so many processes for understanding remote sensing. Instead of that, directly use the data and create these kind of curves for various study areas. Radar has opened a new field of research by which you can determine the subsidence of an area due to various ground exploitation. So these exploitation are caused, as I said, because of over exploitation of earth, maybe groundwater, maybe oil, maybe petroleum, and so many things. And technology provides us a way to determine how much uh, subsidence has taken place and what are the areas which are more stable in this land and what are more unstable. So the areas which are unstable, which are collapsing very fast, are the targets where government rescues those people to shift from locations, and effectively it is reducing the risk factor of the for the people, and their lives is saved by this kind of data. So one of the important data which is likely to come from the radar is the NISAR, NASA ISRO SAR, which will provide a repeat cycle of about 6 to 12 days with a resolution varying from maybe few meters, 6 meter to 20 meters. And L-band data is available all over the world, and at any time one can get to, and that is free of cost. So one can directly develop more technologies, more ease in developing this kind of application, maybe all across the world and also for the Indonesia. Now things are changing from earlier times. Now, for example, ISRO is also given, Globe is also providing this kind of support system. This is a Bhuvan, ISRO's portal, which gives you a disaster management support services. That means you, a administrator, I need not to do purchase data or analyze anything. I can directly use this support service, and I can directly get information on the various disaster, maybe flood, cyclone, landslide, earthquake, forest fire, and maybe others. So information could be of different kind from these. One is near real time, that means flood and that they need immediately. And it is near real time because even today we don't have data set which can be taken immediately. You have to wait till satellite comes. So that's how it is near real time. But when the data is collected within few hours, analyzed data is available on this platform. Then early warning system has been developed for some of the areas, some of the river system, where one can just see what is the status of rainfall and slope, and maybe few other conditions are seen, which allows a user to see what are the expected time when flood may occur in this area. And third is most, which is human intensive, flood vulnerable index. Once the flood comes, how much vulnerable it is means more population means it is more vulnerable because people will suffer. Secondly, one is first is saving people, other is saving the food, that means crops. So these two are defined as the index for determining the vulnerability of the event, any event. Similarly, cyclone is nearly real time. We continuously monitor them and provide information the areas which are likely to impact the human lives. So this is a recent one, NEVAR one, which is put in such a way that anybody can download from the portal, including lat long, including the boundaries, field boundaries, and other things, and what are the precautions, what are the measures one has to take to survive, to help the people to migrate from this location. So this effectively a near real-time information, and along with this data is also collected from radar to know what are the areas which are flooded. So that is also near real-time information, which is available from this kind of portal. Now, as I said, the services, there are many services. Now it has become a part of service, not essential. One is to provide as a part of support system. And you can see these 10 things are being provided by the National Remote Sensing Center, that is part of ISRO. And they provide all database, near real-time flood monitoring, and which is available to any of the administrator or any of the researcher. He can just download the data and start working. If they are academician, they would like to have the decadal or more data set. If they are administrator, they will immediately go to this site and find what are the ground services from the support system they have taken. There's a National Disaster Management Agency who are doing all this support system to the people. So the essentially the what remote sensing was developing during last decade has reached a stage when operation services, which are now services, not a research, are being included as part of disaster management support system, which was really difficult to talk just few years back. And I hope such thing will be improving over years. So some of the data set services are related to land, ocean, as well as atmosphere. All these services are available where you get a sort of ready to use data from a space platform. With this, I thank you all, one for inviting me and other for careful listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Siv Mohan. Thank you very much for your presentation on understanding anthropogenic process in natural disaster role of space technology. And the next speaker will be Dr. Takio Tadono from JAXA, Japan. He will talk about contribution of JAXA Earth observation mission to climate study and disaster mitigation. So Dr. Takio Tadono, JAXA from Japan, time is yours. JAXA is Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Previously, Professor Siv Mohan is previously former researcher at ASRS, so similar like JAXA in India. Dr. Takio Tadano, JAXA, Japan, time is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'll start my presentation. Thanks, Chairman, for your introduction. My name is Takatado from JAXA. First of all, on behalf of IEEE GRSSO Japan chapter, I would like to express the congratulations to organized committee, especially for Dr. Noro, Chair of the GRSS Ignition System, to hold the GRS conference even as a COVID-19 situation. It's my great honor to take an opportunity to introduce our activity. Today, I would like to talk about a brief overview of the Texas Earth mission to climate study, which is closely related with the natural disaster events. Okay, probably now you can see my screen.
Yes. It's clear, sir.
Okay, all right. My talk will with the theme of the conference, such as understanding interaction around sea and atmosphere. I will let me start from the space. I'd like to share about the Hives 2 mission, which is a major topics among the latest activities. Hives 2 is a planetary exploration mission, not Earth observation mission, launched in 2014. This video captured the moment when Hives 2 touched down on the target asteroid Ryugu on 22nd of February last year. After this safe touchdown on Ryugu, it began collecting sample and the entire sequence had confirmed successfully. By analyzing these samples, we aim to disclose the formation process of the solar system and so on. And finally, as you may know, Hives 2 capsule was successfully returned to the Earth yesterday. It was really excited. But JAXA is not around during this project endeavor. we are together with the international partners as well. So now, looking back to the Earth, this image was taken by Hayabusa 2 when it changed the orbit to start the journey to the asteroid. Hayabusa 2 is a space exploration mission, but for JAXA, observing Earth and contribute to the sustainable future are also important missions. Therefore, I will introduce various Earth observation efforts recently. Um, JAXA's Earth observation program started from the Marine Observing Satellite of MOS 1 year 1987, and we are continuously developing several types of missions like that. We are currently operating 6 satellites and instruments indicated here in the green text, and developing satellite to be launched in near future in the blue text here. These are contributing to the solve of global issues. In the following slide, we will show some examples to monitor Earth's environmental changes. Firstly, I would like to introduce to monitor greenhouse gases or GHGs such as CO2 emissions. The greenhouse gas observing satellite GOSAT launched in 2009 in collaboration with Ministry of the Environment has been providing the data on global CO2 density. This figure shows the GOSAT measured decade-long global CO2 density from 2009 to 2019, which shows a annual increase of the CO2 density that exceeded 400 ppm. In addition to grid measurement, GOSAT can target local emission sources by using its pointing mechanism. The right figure shows the CO2 density around Tokyo, Japan, which can describe not only average total carbon density, but also density in the lower atmosphere. Estimating CO2 emission from each major cities will contribute to the global stock takes. GHGs may affect global warming as a source. As the next topics, I will show to monitor the sink of the CO2, such as forest monitoring. This image shows a map of the Amazon rainforest in 2007 and 2017, and the change is zero. The green colored area are rainforest, and the yellow indicate no forest area. Red denote the deforestation area during this period, as observed by the Advanced Land Observing Satellite PULSAR in 2007 and EROS PULSAR 2 in 2017. So JAXA has accumulated vast experience in the development of the L-band sync aperture radar instrument for more than 25 years. Meanwhile, we have probed the effectiveness of the L-band system to solve social problem through the application in forest monitoring. Such information will continue give us the solution of the various issues on the global scale, including the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. And the detection of the environmental signal caused by the global warming is also essential for climate study. A long-term trend of the sea ice extent in the polar ocean are effective to indicate it. This video shows the daily changes in the Arctic and the Antarctic sea ice concentration in the year 2008 as observed by the mission 2018 minimum value of the Arctic sea ice extent was recorded on September 21st. The trend of the decrease in the Arctic sea ice extent has slightly weakened in recent years. The Arctic sea ice extension in the 2000 was the sixth lowest minimum in the history of the satellite observations. The trend in the Antarctic was almost natural until 2015, but AMSA-2 observed the lowest minimum value of the Antarctic sea ice extent being recorded in March 2017, with the declining sea ice extent status continuing in the following years. In recent years, we have experienced more frequently extreme weather worldwide, possibly due to the impact of the global warming, as pointed out by the IPCC report. In the case of Japan, we experienced a record heavy rainfall event on July 7th, 2018. This video shows the RGB composite obtained by the geostationary meteorological satellite named Himari-8, operated by Japan Meteorological Agency, July 6 and 7, and close up around Japan. Himari-8 captures the movement of the clouds, but cannot observe the rainfall under the clouds. The dual frequency precipitation radar (DPR) on board the JAXA-NASA joint GPM mission captures strange structures of the precipitation inside the cloud during the event. Only an active microwave instrument can obtain the accurate three-dimensional information of the precipitation like that. A DPR observation data is operationally used by JMA and helps to improve the forecasting accuracy. Such heavy rains and extreme weather may cause natural disasters and sometimes inflict serious damage on the human life. In the heavy rain on the July 2018, several cases of flooding occurred in western Japan, and emergency observation by Agers 2 were conducted to capture these flooding events. This figure shows imagery observed by Agers 2 Pulsar 2 on July 8, 2018 in Japan's Okayama Prefecture, which suffered extensive flood caused by the heavy rain. Pulsar 2 can observe a relatively wide area with the fine spatial resolution, even under bad weather conditions as well as in nighttime. We conducted temperature change analysis using the acquired data and pre-event data. Finally, derived the flooding area colored in blue. Such kind of the information was used for the rescue and recovery operation. In response to the natural disaster in Japan, cross-ministerial strategic innovation promotion program, or SIP2, by the National Research Institute for Disaster Resilience is now underway. For example, when natural disasters occurred in the area to be observed by satellite was decided after the disaster, following by the analysis of the observation data. Finally, the provision of the result to individual users. This process took more than 2 hours after the decision was made. Under the new SIP2 program, we aim to provide the analysis result to users much quicker than 2 hours. This goal will be achieved by the developing disaster prediction simulation technology, such as flood forecasts and the data sharing and distribution systems to promote providing the information to users, thereby contributing to the prevention and reduction of the disaster in the future. As you may know, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is set to be International Development Goal (SDGs) of 2016 to 2030 that was adopted by the UN Sustainable Development Summit held in 2015. The 2030 Agenda lists SDGs consisting of 70 goals and 169 targets in order to realize sustainable. JAXA has also supported achieving SDGs by using its best technology in the field of sustainable cities, life on land, and other fields. The transparency and global framework for understanding the progress of countries' effort toward achieving SDGs is essential. For this reason, the SDG indicators were set to monitor progress toward the 70 goals. Some of the satellite data will contribute to several indicators. We will continue to make efforts and the SDGs by using global satellite data. Our product and behind. In summary, contribution to climate study, disaster mitigation, and various application is a target of the JAXA observation mission. To achieve this target, we are operating Earth observation satellite, and we will continue in near future. As an important point, collaboration with the various models community is necessary for disaster mitigation to improve the prediction accuracy for regional resilience. That's all I have today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Takio Tadono, JAXA Japan, also from Joint Chapter IEEE GRSS All Japan. Thank you very much, because as already mentioned, Agers was born because ChapNet 1 collaboration between IEEE Japan GRSS, Gujarat, and then IEEE GRSS Indonesia. Thank you very much. And the next speaker will be Professor Yosapat Tutuko Sri Sumantyo from GMRSL Shiba University, Japan. He will talk about innovation on microwave remote sensing, innovation on microwave remote sensing and application. He got full scholarship, he got his full professorship at Shiba University, and he will talk on innovation and microwave remote sensing and application. Professor Yosapat Tutuko, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Oki. You can see my slide?
Clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the time and the introduction. Today, I want to talk, entitled Innovation on Microwave Remote Sensing and Application for Disaster Monitoring. I'm sorry, I got some echo here. Okay. Yeah. My name is Yosapat Tutuko Sri Sumantyo. Yes, my affiliation is Center for Environmental Remote Sensing, Shiba University, and I'm also the professor in Departemen Teknik Elektro, Fakultas Teknik Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Okay. Okay, this is my short biography. Yes. Okay, I will skip here. And this is one of the article related my activity in Japan. Yes, this is appear in February 2020 at the magazine of the Japan Government Cabinet Office magazine. And you can see here about my activity is actually I'm develop the synthetic aperture radar. Yes, it is for the drone and then aircraft, stratosphere platform, and also for the micro satellites. Today, I want to focus about the innovation on the synthetic aperture radar and also some application that we develop in my laboratory, Josaphat Microwave Remote Sensing Laboratory, or JMRSL. Okay, the slide is yes, I wrote in Indonesian that one of the priority of the Indonesian government, especially in the Kantor Staf Presiden, it is purpose 26 in 2015 about the kedaulatan data nasional. Actually, you know, some data like already mentioned by many researchers that the data that used in Indonesia, it is actually from the overseas, you know, agency. I think it is good, yes, but sometimes you need to independent. In this case, you need to use your own sensor. Yes, in this case, some sensor actually from the remote sensing is optical sensor, and sometimes it's the synthetic aperture radar, and also some sensor for to monitor the you know our environment. Yes, it is you need to develop your own sensor. Some part of my working until now is especially in the synthetic aperture radar. I'm already developed the sensor for the microsatellite. It is in L-band, and also the L-band for the unmanned aerial vehicle. Actually, we want to do the flight test also next year. And also C-band is for the Cessna 172, and also C-band, it is a circularly polarized synthetic aperture radar for CN235 MPA. Also the X-band SAR for Boeing 737-200. It is already finished for the sensor itself. And one of the background, especially for Indonesia area, it is very large. Yes, we need to observe 17,000 island. It is almost, you know, impossible. Yes, actually we need to observe real time. Yes, I hope we can, you know, realize that the sensor that we can observe the Indonesia in real time, you know, real time remote sensing is very important. And then right now is, you know, at least is 12 day. For example, you use the Sentinel-1, it is 12 day to observe one area. But if we can realize the real time remote sensing, it is, you know, I think it is the best sensor for us. And why we develop this circular polarized synthetic aperture radar? You know, the sensor is can, I think you all of you is from the remote sensing, you know very well that synthetic aperture can penetrate the cloud, yes, haze, and also some fog. Yeah. And then we can observe 24 hours. Yes, it is, we can observe any place. Yes. And then you know, it is, for example, it is from my sensor when we observe at Makassar. This is the optic sensor, you know, cloudy. Yes, when even cloudy is, we can get our you know, CPSAR images. It's very clear when the resolution is 37.5 centimeter. Okay, and yes, we already developed this sensor itself. And for the detail, as you can read our paper in IEEE Aerospace and Electronic System magazine. Yeah, this is published in February 2019. Yeah. Okay, and the benefit itself is yes, I think it's many benefit. Yes, from the low incident angle, especially it is when we develop from the microsatellite. You know, we cannot use the high incident angle because need high power. Yeah, to reduce the power. Yes, it is on the optimum power. It is better using the lower incident angle. In this case, some ambiguity will happen. So to solve this one is, yes, one of the solver is this circular polysynthetic aperture. This is my own sensor. And yes, we can penetrate the ionosphere to avoid the Faraday rotation. You know, it is in the circular polarization. If you transmit the vertical polarization, and here's if you transmit the horizontal polarization, it is will change depend on the shape and the size of the object. Yeah, but if you use the circular polarization, yes, it is theoretical as you can get with the constant intensity. Yeah, even you know it's changed the polarization, but from the information of polarization, you can use this one. This information is to classify and you know get some ground information. Okay, and for the test, yes, we did the scattering from N219 aircraft. Yes, and you can get the left side is from the it is in the linear polarization, and the right side is from the circular polarization from my own sensor. You can compare, you know, the linear polarization is the mode is different. It is the scattering is also different. But if you use the circular polarization, you can keep constantly. You know, even the shape of the aircraft, the attitude of the aircraft change or different. You can get constant, you know, scattering. This is, I think, it's very good when we want to observe. My sensor itself is it's not just for the synthetic aperture radar. You can apply for the you know the radar to tracking the aircraft. Yes, from the tower, the traffic controls. You can also use it. Okay, this is some airborne SAR in the world, as you can see here, like this one. And one of this is my own. Yes, that we did the test using CN235. Yeah, LCX band. This is my from my laboratory, JMLSA. Okay, and from the spaceborne, you know, this is already some satellite onboard SAR already launched. Yeah, and in my lab is also developed the microsatellite with the payload is from the SAR itself is about 50 kilogram. Yeah, and it is the technology that already developed in my lab. Yes, L-band from the drone. Yes, and from the also the microsatellite. C-band for the CN235. X-band is for the Boeing 737. This is one of the images. It's very clear. Yeah, and you can get ground information is in good condition. It is the road. Yes, I hope we can realize our microsatellite. For the airborne is already finished. Yes, we already did, and we have maybe around 5 set of the sensor itself and already proven. Yeah, and then now we want to move on the microsatellite, and I hope until 2025 if we can operate at least as one of the microsatellite. We also have the ground station, and on the ground test is also complete. Yeah. Okay. The education activity, I'm also did some you know some program, including the double degree program with the Universitas Indonesia, and then IPB. Yes. Unpad, ITB, UGM, then UNUD. and also Unhas. If you want to enroll to my laboratory, yes, I'm very welcome, and also to our center. Yeah, please come and join in master and doctor degree. Yeah. Okay, this is my microsatellite. Yes, and it is my student that did the experiment. Yes, this is our own original deployed antenna, and it is the drone. Yes, and we put here inside here the sensor like this one. It is our sensor, and also the antenna we put in the side of the drone itself. Okay, and from the Boeing 737, we developed the antenna, original antenna, and also the system itself, and then we did the experiment and flight at the Makassar. For CNT 235 also, we also developed the system and the antenna. It is all original, handmade in our laboratory, and we put in CN 235, and then we get the data. It is in the process is using the RDA, and it is in the image that we got in our mission. Yeah, and we put here in the corner reflector, and we did some scattering experiment. It is in the full polarimetric LL, RL, LR, and RR. Yes, it is very good, and one of the paper I hope in IEEE J-star in the soon will publish, and you can read in detail about our system. Okay, and one of the part it is you can see here. Yes, it is the close to the airport of the Hasanuddin. It is also very good information. You can get the scattering from the fence. Yes, it is just Lanut Hasanuddin. Yeah. And if you zoom up, as you can get, it's very clear. Right now it's a big propose the 1 to 50 scale of the map for whole Indonesia. Yes, I think you can use this our sensor too. Yeah, it in the distribution of the tree also you can generate. Some application is I will show you. Yes, for example, the SAR sensor, you can generate the intensity, phase, and the polarization. For example, from the phase, as you can use the coherency. Yes, it is you can extract the information of the coherency. You can mapping the destroyed area. I want to focus on the application from the disaster that already did in my laboratory. Yeah, it is using the coherency, and you can get, the red one is the coherency is very bad. Yes, it means destroyed. Yes, in this, I think you remember the Central Java earthquake. Yes, you can use just the coherency. It's very easy. Yeah, and then you can use the phase information for the interferometric in STAR to generate the DEM, and also DINSAR. Yeah, you can read my paper in IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing. It is my work, and yes, it is in the cover also my work. Yeah, it is in the technique. It's very easy using the INSAR. Yeah. Two images, yes, and master and slave, and you can get the interferogram, and you reduce using the simulated orbit pattern, and then you can get the orbit pattern eliminated interferogram, yes, and then using the simulated Turing pattern, and if not changed, and you can get the DM. I work for the Lapindo, yes, and this paper is, I hope, also will publish in IEEE TGRS. Yeah, and then you can get the change of the Lapindo since 2006 until right now. Yeah, it is which area is impacted by this subsidence. Yeah. Okay, and it is one of the result like this one. Yes, I hope it is will publish in IEEE too. Yeah, this is I think it's very detailed. And Jakarta, it's area also known as subsidence in many places. Yeah, and we also made some observation. It is in the Mount Merapi, and Another application is also the permanent scattered INSAR on the PS INSAR. We did some observation. It is in the Malaysian area, Cameroon Highline. It is the work of in Indonesian government and Japanese government. Malaysian government and Japanese government that I'm involved to analyze the East-West Highway and also the North-South Highway of the Malay Peninsula. Yeah, it is using the PS INSAR, and we can mapping which area is in the future the landslide will happen, and then will breaking down the highway area. And then yes, this application already operated in Malaysia right now. It is then Bandung area. I'm born here. I know very well about the Bandung. Yeah, it is some area is subside right now, and then how to observe and which houses is impacted by the PS INSAR. Then yes, I did mapping, and then yes. Recommends to the local government. And then the East-West Highway, this is one area is here, the subsidence and landslide is happen, yeah, and some areas also happen. And then we made the ground survey, and yes, it is a terrible area. Another application is polarimetric SAR. It is some technique, yes, like mentioned here. And then the most famous is Professor Yamaguchi Yoshio is, proposed four type. Yes, it is to extract the volume scattering, surface scattering, and double bonds. Yeah, it is in the area of the Surabaya. Yes, the red and the pink area is in the houses area or settlement area, and then the Jakarta also here. This is very good. Yes, when you want to employ to make the classification of the settlement or urban area, and then the Kapuas area. Yes, and this area also. One of the I think Pekanbaru area, and then Toba Lake. Yes, this is very clear. Yes, look like beautiful. Yes, art image, but actually there is some meaning of like the blue is the surface scattering. It in the flat area. Yes, or no vegetation area, and then the red it is in double bonds. It is double bond is the bonds from the building. And then the green one is the volume scattering. Volume scattering is from the tree, yes, or from the forest area. It is very clear. You can make the delineation of the forest area and the surface area, and also the building area on the urban area. Okay, just before I close my talk, yes, please join the APSAR 2020. It is also supported by the Indonesian IEEE GRSS, and then Pak Agustan is involved in this symposium too. I hope Tadono-san also support us, yes, from the IEEE Japan chapter. Yeah, we want to do this symposium is November 1st to 5th, yes, in Bali. Please check this website and please join us. Yes, I hope you can get more detailed information about the synthetic aperture radar, and you can get the update information. Yeah, in this symposium. I'm the general chair in this symposium. Okay, thank you very much for the time, and I hope we can do the best. Yes, please realize that Indonesia for the world. Yeah. Please do the best. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yosapats Tutuko Sri Sumantyo. This two invitation from you. One, go for Apsar in Bali 2021, and I think I will also attend that in Bali next years with Pak Agustan and Pak Wahyudi Hasbi. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Yosapat Trituko Sri Sumantyo, for your excellent presentation on innovation on microwave remote sensing and application. And you put two challenges. One is to attend your APSAR 2021 in Bali next year, 5 November. I think I will attend the meeting, I hope, with Pak Agustan and Wahyudi Hasbi. I think it's all also my colleague and your colleague. That's number one. Number two, since you have invitation for some PhD or master student from Indonesia to study under your wing, then there will be 300 students here in the Zoom chat. Then I hope the student interested and can apply to you directly. Thank you very much, Professor Yosafat Trituko Sri Sumantyo. The next speaker, Professor David Tapin from British Geological Survey, United Kingdom. He is also visiting professor at University College of London, and his interest on research is in the area of tsunamis from earthquake, submarine landslide, volcanic collapse, and meteorological effect, geohazard and climate change, coastal geohazard. You can also see in the slide. And Professor David Tapin will give presentation on Indonesia Tsunami 2018 Sulawesi in Anak Krakatau. I know that the Krakatau was in 1883. That Anak Krakatau, I did not remember the time, but Professor David Tapin will explain on Indonesia Tsunami 2018 Sulawesi and Anak Krakatau. Professor David Tapin, time is yours. Professor David Tapin. Okay. Unmute. Okay. Yes. Local technology time is sort of local, and here break was at this location. Is it the earthquake? Local and here was at this location of Bay. Can you hear me? Sulawesi. Some problem on communication. Maybe we will still hear some echo. We try to find, is it in our side, or in your side, because until now we do not have this type of trouble. We can see your presentation, but the voice is like two people talking. So that's why we stop a little bit. I hope that our operator can handle this. Yes. Yeah. The problem. Oh. Yes. Yes, Professor David Tapin, this is the problem. Probably you have two devices that you turn on. That's why we hear two voice from your side. Oh, maybe you use YouTube. I think please just use one, only YouTube. Please only use this Zoom chat, no YouTube or no other voices, because now we hear your voice twice. And then check. Nggak double. This is uh okay. Nggak double. Okay. Try again. Yes. We can see the slide clear, but the voice which came from your side is like double. And we do not have this problem before. We need to try to find what is the source of the cause. And I hope our operator so uh, so Professor David Tapins, please wait. We still try to. We have a problem because every time we hear your voice and there is an echo, and we do not know what happened. Just wait. Pause for 2 minutes. Or Professor David Tapin, there is a suggestion which is, I know it's a bit uncommon, but usually we try to do with the Zoom. So please log out and log in. Then normally only for you. It's only for you because it came from your voice. If that you can do within 1 minute, we have a problem with the voice. Or delay echo. We have a delay echo from your side.
Check. Yes. Maybe in the studio, can you hear me clearly? Check sound. Or is committee from studio? Can you hear me clearly? Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah. Pro- Pro- Professor David Tapin, according our finding, that actually there is nothing wrong in our side in all in Zoom, and we suggest you can use headset than the speaker, because probably the sound, the double echo came from the speaker on your side. Your side. So headset.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. So, yes. Yes, again.
Headset.
Yes, now it's yours. The time is yours. Professor David Tapin.
Yes.
Professor David Tapin. Yeah, yeah, Professor David Tapin, we have a problem. Even though you are in mute condition, we do not know, but we have a problem with voice. Mm, there is still an echo, uh, and actually we still find, according some of the participants, the echo came every time you speak. Uh, I we do not have some technical problem before, so we do not know also some of the solution for this. But maybe we can try again, only 1 minute speaking, and then we review again. Professor David Tapin.
Halo.
Professor David Tapin.
Okay, hear me?
Halo, studio.
Yes. We hear your voice, but still like stop. Yes.
Halo, tes studio. Apakah suara saya terdengar jelas? Studio.
We hear your voice, but still Uh, what is the suggestion? The answer? We do not know. Probably just use one headset or just use the computer speaker. No other speaker around. Professor David Tapin, this is the common suggestion that we have like problem like this. Will you just log out and re-log in and rejoin? Yeah, leave meeting and rejoin. And I hope it will solve this technical problem. This just Professor David Tapin, our recommendation is that you close the presentation, leave the chat, leave, and then re-log in.
Do down I am to respond to
Bilang ke sana, bilang ke Mbak.
I don't have a headset. Control Oh. Again, is it is that hello? Can you hear? Hello. Should I? Do you think I should just check?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Professor David Tapin. We know we have some problem with the technical glitch, but now we use WhatsApp, then you use mute your presentation. Professor David Tapin, floor is yours.
Okay, so have I muted? Have I done the right thing, or have you muted me?
Keluar nggak? Oh, just a moment, just a moment. They will solve this problem by connecting the WhatsApp.
Okay, so
Go. Just a moment, just a moment, just a moment. Enggak. Enggak, bagus lah kalau udah kayak gini. Just one moment. Uh, we have some technical glitch, but we think we solve the problems within 1 minute. We solve the problem. Huh? In 1 minute, we solve the problem. We're using WhatsApp for the voice and Zoom for video. Professor, yep. Yes, thank you. Professor David Tafin, time is yours.
The models that we used are shown on the right-hand side here. And this was a strike slip earthquake. When we modeled the tsunami, You have the slide I sent you, but this is a simulation on my own. What we found was the tsunami from the earthquake didn't generate the very high run-ups in the south of Palu Bay. And one of the aspects of the earthquake and tsunami was that strike slip earthquakes don't usually generate major tsunamis. So after we had tried to generate the tsunami from the earthquake, then we added some coastal landslides and also the earthquake. And one of the aspects of the event was that we had the coastal landslides, and also colleagues of ours from Japan had mapped a large submarine landslides in the west here, southwest, and this tied in to the video of the tsunami, which was taken by the pilot of the plane. When we modeled the tsunami from both the earthquake and the landslide, we got very good results. And the dual earthquake coastal landslide mechanism delivered the tsunami that was measured, particularly with the high elevations in the southern part of Palu Bay. But what we also used, because the modeling didn't account for the high elevations in the southeast, we also added another submarine landslide here at this location, which was identified by another colleague of mine, Philip. When we had modeled the tsunami from the earthquake, the coastal landslides, and the submarine landslides, we modeled the recorded tsunami. The strait, it's a small volcano, and on the evening of December 27th, there was a major eruption, and there was a collapse on the southwest side, and there was a tsunami which killed over 4 people, with many people injured on the southern coast of Sumatra and the western coast of Java. And volcano had grown up in the middle of the caldera, the old eruption of 1883, when over 30,000 people died. And the impact of the 2018 tsunami and eruption was on the surrounding coastlines, and the tsunami was up to about 13 meters, and usually something like between 2 and 5 meters. And this is a field survey which was carried out after the event. The tsunami was also recorded at tide gauges in Sumatra and Java, and so we had a lot of information about the impact of the tsunami. A major challenge was that within the Ana Krakatoa caldera, and where the volcano is here, we didn't have any information on the seabed. There were a number of papers published on the tsunami, but these were based only on information from the exposed part of the volcano. We had no marine data. So in August 2019, with colleagues, Indonesian colleagues, we carried out a survey of the seabed. and we used multi-beam bathymetry and his Ana Krakatoa, and what we discovered was the slide area here with big blocks that traveled down the slope, and the debris traveling southwestwards had generated the tsunami. And this is one of the first times we've ever mapped this. When we look at more detailed information, this is Ana Krakatoa here, and you can see these great big blocks. And they're about 80 meters high, and they collapsed down the slopes of the volcano. And in doing so, they had generated the tsunami. We also acquired seismic information beneath the seabed. And here we have Krakatoa caldera, and you can see these lines here. This is the seabed, and you can see these big blocks here, which had traveled outwards when the volcano had collapsed. As with Sulawesi, we used tsunami numerical models, and in my original presentation, this is a video, but the landslide, this is Ana Krakatoa, this is the caldera, and the landslide had collapsed down towards the southwest, and this was modeled by one of my colleagues, Stefan Grilli. And when we modeled the landslide, this was the resulting tsunami. And the elevations of the tsunami, you can see here, is up to 10 meters, traveling outwards, mainly towards the southwest. And the initial elevation wave, so here's Ana Krakatoa, it moved down, this was up to, locally, it was up to 80 meters high. And these are some images of Rakata here and the other islands around the caldera. And you can see the way the tsunami had stripped off the vegetation. And this picture here is from Rakata down in the southwest. And as I've said, the initial height of the tsunami was up to 80 meters. Of our survey carried on and they were mainly earthquakes. But the tsunamis that Indonesia experienced in 2018 were very different. One was from the strike slip fault in Sulawesi, but mainly from these coastal landslides. And the second one on Ana Krakatoa was from a volcano. And the last big event was in this location over 100 years ago. So I'm sorry for all the trouble and the technical problems, but terima kasih banyak, and thank you very much.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Professor David Tapin, for the patience to wait.
Okay.
We have this problem, but I think we solved the problem well, because I know in YouTube Live, your voice is correctly, no problem, but in the Zoom, for the Zoom participant, the voice is like stop, something like the echo. We do not have the know the cause, but we think we solved the problems while using the WhatsApp. Thank you. Okay, now we go for the question and answers. I will show what is the questions when we send the Slido link, so all the participant can ask. The participant can ask in Slido, and we just put 1 or 2, 3 questions. And if there is a panelist in this session that's still in the Zoom chat, maybe can answer. We still have another 15 minutes before we go for the next session, which is IEEE Agers presentation for presenter. If the organizer can show the question and answers, the questions slide. yes. Make it bigger, then I can read also. There is a question from Pak Imam Mudita to Dr. Ridwan Jamaluddin. Another aspect of good mining practice is how to measure the volume and quality of the mine, or what kind of technology to measure them to convince the public who are asking how much the mine resource has been explored and so on. Is Director General Pak Ridwan Jamaluddin still in Zoom chat? And go to the next questions. Pak Gatot Pinarso to Mr. Choi, Dr. Choi. Could Gochi differentiate single species alga bloom with natural alga bloom due to upwelling, and explain how to do it? Is Dr. Choi still in Zoom chat? Oh, okay. This is what I heard. No, Pak, if Pak Dr. Choi is still here, no, then let him. There is a question for Gatot Winarso to Dr. Choi. Could Gochi differentiate single species alga bloom with natural alga bloom due to upwelling, and explain how to do it? And this is the problem. Again, now we know the problem. The problem is in Zoom. In Zoom platform, my voice is not really good. But when you hear using YouTube Live, then the voice is okay. Now is the voice okay? Okay. Now, Arif Darmawan to Dr. Sif Mohan, is the flood vulnerability index that has been built also applicable in other country, or is Dr. Sif Mohan is still in Zoom chat? Ada? Just unmute Dr. Sif Mohan. Okay, Dr. Sif Mohan probably listening, but not the picture. Atau Dr. Simohan bukan ada? Nggak ada ya? Oke. Read all this presentation, and I think we came to the end of the plenary session. The end of this plenary session. As a moderator, I will thanks to all presenter. Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Indroyono Susilo. Thank you, Professor Josapat Tutuko Sri Sumantyo, GRMSL, Shiba University, Japan. And thank you very much to Professor David Tapin, British Geological Survey in United Kingdom. I think we have already heard around 2.5 hours an excellent presenter from distinguished speaker. We thanks all the speakers, we thanks all the Zoom chat participants and also YouTube live participants. Still 300 people in the Zoom chat. We thank all of you. We conclude this session and we go for the next session. But first, as a moderator, I thank all of you. If there is a mistake, and I apologize, and then I give the word to the master of ceremony of today. And give applause to everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mbak Sida.
The next session, the presentation from presenter will be at 1:30. So you have 5 minutes to prepare your presentation. Please, to all presenters, join the Zoom break. Okay. Thank you so much.
At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communications satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communications satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world. At Maxar, we turn big ideas into successful missions. Missions that address change on Earth and power exploration into our solar system and beyond. As a partner to innovative businesses and more than 50 governments, we've been building advanced technology since humans first began exploring space, and since we first started looking at Earth from above. Maxar space infrastructure capabilities harness the promise of space for programs like in-space robotics to explore distant surfaces, power and propulsion systems that will push us farther into the galaxy, and communication satellites that provide connectivity across the globe. As a leader in Earth intelligence, Maxar offers situational awareness to protect national security and empower soldiers on the ground, satellite imagery products sourced from our industry-leading constellation, and location analytics that use machine learning and analyst expertise to monitor and detect change. From the images in the navigation app on your phone to the satellites that connects that phone to the internet, Maxar solutions connect Earth and space to make information accessible and insights actionable, all for a better world.
much for all the presenters in this presentation session. And we would like to thank you for all the hard work from the committee organizing too. And we would like to inform you that tomorrow will be plenary speeches at this B.J. Habibie building. And the theme of tomorrow session will be role of information geospatial professional in new era. And tomorrow will be also have the same there are some exhibition from Maksar, Citra Bumi Indonesia, and another sponsor, and there will be a presentation session too. And the certificate for participants that join today will be generated in tomorrow. And thank you. That's all.